Come touch me like I'm an ordinary man. Have a look in my eyes. Underneath my skin there is a violence. He's got a gun in his hand, ready to make sense of anyone, anything, anyone, anything, anyone, anything, anyone, anything, anyone, anything. Black holes living inside of your face, race away, spinning around you, 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 around you. Bulls are the beauty of the blistering sky. Bulls are the beauty and I don't know why. Bulls are the beauty of the blistering sky. Bulls are the beauty and I don't know why. Personal responsibility, personal responsibility, personal responsibility, personal responsibility. Can't find me, let me be the lesser of a beautiful man without the blood in his hands. Come and make me a martyr, come and break my feeling with your violence, with the gun on my head. Ready to take, ready to take, ready to take, ready to take out anyone, anywhere, anyone, anywhere, anyone, anywhere, anyone, anywhere, anyone, anywhere. Black holes living in the side of your face, race away, spinning around you, 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 around you. Bullets are the beauty of the blistering sky. Bullets are the beauty and I don't know why. Bullets are the beauty of the blistering sky. Bullets are the beauty and I don't know why. Personal responsibility, personal responsibility, personal responsibility, personal responsibility. Black holes living in the side of your face, race away, spinning around you, 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 around you. Bullets are the beauty of the blistering sky. Bullets are the beauty and I don't know why. Bullets are the beauty of the blistering sky. Bullets are the beauty and I don't know why. Personal responsibility, 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 personal responsibility. Come touch me like I'm an ordinary man. Have a look in my eyes. Underneath my skin there is a violence. He's got a gun in his hand, ready to Ready to make sense of anyone, anything, anyone, anything, anyone, anything, anyone, anything, anyone, anything.
I need to let the past go, but my anxiety's a handful. I lean over and kiss my baby, she killed my torment. Inside me. Because I don't fuck with people.
I think they caught up to my brain.
How y'all doing today? Good afternoon, good evening, good morning. I want to hear Party by Myself again, honestly. Song stuck in my head. Ooh. Ooh. Hell yeah! I'm gonna go install that like right now, actually. I can fuck with some Helldivers. Leaning like I'm using a needle. Probably party by myself because I don't fuck with people. Marijuana with the pills, euphoric and cerebral. It ought to take a day. Probably party by myself because I don't fuck with people. Marijuana with the pills, euphoric and cerebral. The day. Need to let the past go, but my anxiety's a handful. Lean over and kiss my baby, she killed my torment. Some of it is inside me. Probably thought it by myself because I don't fuck with people. Euphoric and cerebral. Yeah. Doing illegal. Nothing to numb my pain. Pills and the reaper. Empty out your pockets, I need all that. Yeah. Empty out your pockets, I need all that. I get the millions. Not far back. Nah, man, my bad. I've been hurting. I got like guitars. I've been raging. You know it ain't melting. By myself. And mama had no money and the bills brought hell. Hit myself. Get up and ended up in a cell. Ended up in a cell. So change for some change. That's fine. Switch for the fine. Louis Vuitton. I'm in my back. Doom, 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 in my brain. These hoes are the same. We'll be playing some Doom today. I'm feeling some Doom. I put up the strip lights in my living room. I have an extra roll. I'm probably going to use somehow. I haven't decided. Monte Carlo. John Lennon. Girls the same. I put my heart in the bag, and nobody gets hurt. And I'm running from the lost, not fast. Running from the grave, not fast. Different person. There's a gift and a curse. For you. Bullshit.
The political meta has shifted quite a bit since I've started.
Sorry, I was getting kind of lightheaded. I needed to go get me some food.
Started doing this shtick, and I thought it would be wise to do a political meta update talking about all the new emerging tribes happening on the internet. Now, obviously, a lot of this is just internet nonsense and has very little bearing on reality as it is, but things that seem silly now are probably going to be real in 5 years. Let's start with the new tribe emerging on the right. I call it post-racial fascism. This has been called a lot of things, one of which is racial depolarization, which is just the idea that you can't reliably hope for the ethnic vote to go to the Democrats anymore. Trump won big with ethnic minorities, and this is weird because, you know, Trump was called a fascist a lot. And I would like to propose that Trump actually is a fascist, but that fascism doesn't have to be racist or be unappealing towards ethnic minorities. I mean, someone like Kash Patel, who is actively saying that they're going to use the power of the state to persecute my political opponents, seems kind of fascist to me. But also, look at this guy. He's not exactly a honky. So stay with me. I know that fascism is seen as being associated with the Nazis and hating Jews. And, you know, Donald Trump is certainly not a white supremacist, and he certainly doesn't hate Jews.
New Casually Explained. Bitcoin. Let's watch this.
Now, as someone who doesn't get very emotionally attached to a financial investment, shoutouts to my future children, I think the best way to introduce Bitcoin is with a quote from Sun Tzu's famous blog post, The Art of War, where he said, "I fear not the man who's read 1,000 crypto white papers. I fear the man who's read one crypto white paper 1,000 times. Because if you go on crypto Twitter, God forbid, there's no more common way to dismiss Bitcoin skeptics than simply saying, do the work." So a few years ago, that led me to set aside a day to really dive into and study the Bitcoin.
The two things they say are do the work, which is like go read fucking stupid ass crypto white papers, or have fun staying poor, not gonna make it. Any criticism of anything crypto is always hit with the have fun staying poor, or sounds like someone who missed the boat. Sounds like someone who could have bought crypto cheaper and didn't and is sad about it. There's never any open idea for like, hey, this is kind of crazy. Can we be critical of this? It's always like, you must be so emotionally distressed that you didn't make money on crypto. It's frustrating. You cannot have a real conversation with anyone.
One morning I sat down, had way too much coffee, which for me is one, opened the PDF and started reading. After just 5 minutes, I sat back and thought, wow. Because there wasn't any more pages. Not knocking the content, but if anyone tells you they did the work, just know what they meant was they read a pamphlet. In brief, the reason the Bitcoin network was innovative was because in 2008, anonymous chess grandmaster Satoshi Nakamoto proposed a solution to a problem that had been plaguing digital currencies for decades, which is if I want to buy 2 large pizzas from Papa John's, but I have no cash to do it, how do I send the money digitally without a financial institution having to verify the transaction between us? 2 years later, this transaction was successfully performed, although at today's Bitcoin price, those 2 pizzas cost about $615 million, about the same as the entirety of Papa John's market cap at the time. While at first glance it seems like a fairly practical problem to solve, it doesn't really
If you don't know the story, I was in a Team Liquid StarCraft community tournament back in like 2010, and I got, I don't know, 12th place. The 3rd and 4th place prize was like 500 Bitcoin. First place was like $200. Second place was like $100. And 3rd and 4th place was like 500 Bitcoin each. So the people that got 3rd and 4th place technically got the largest prize pool in esports history. This is 100% real. Now we can find it. Team Liquid. Yeah, here it is. Sorry, I was wrong with the places. It was 5th through 8, and it was only 25. This is a different Team Liquid tournament, but whatever. This is CS:GO. I think it's a different one. But anyway, it was like they were using Bitcoin for prizes back then. The idea was people that got the worst place, if they held on to it, made life-changing money, and the people that got the first place got basically nothing.
So I wasn't able to find a StarCraft tournament from 2010, but I did find one in 2011 that also offered 25 Bitcoin to 5th through 8th place. Now, that would have only been worth about $10 back in 2010, but today, that would be worth over 2.1 million. If only Big A had just been a little bit better at games.
explain why the price has gone up over 500 million% while I didn't have any. Bitcoin maximalists say that Bitcoin has gone up so much because one day it'll become the new global reserve currency, replacing all fiat on Earth and be worth tens of millions a coin. But then there's a whole other group of Bitcoin skeptics that say it's a scam and all going to zero. First of all, it's not possible for Bitcoin to go to zero because a guy on Reddit said he'd buy all 21 million for 1 cent each. There's also no way it can go to tens of millions a coin because that would put its evaluation at about $400 trillion. This doesn't make any sense because the Bitcoin network doesn't even sell AI graphics cards. Now that we know the proper price of Bitcoin is somewhere between 1 cent and $10 million, how do we know which direction it's going to go? If you look at what the experts say, legendary investor Charlie Munger called Bitcoin rat poison, which is clearly bearish. But if you take Michael Saylor, chairman of the Bitcoin options trading vehicle MicroStrategy, he'll tell you, Bitcoin is a swarm of cyber hornets serving the goddess of wisdom, feeding on the fire of truth, exponentially growing ever smarter, faster, and stronger behind a wall of encrypted energy. Which I think is bullish, but I'm...
Hey guys, so as I'm editing this, Michael Saylor just bought another 7,000 Bitcoin, which makes him the second highest holder of Bitcoin, only after Satoshi Nakamoto himself. So if you're wondering what might cause someone to tweet like this, that might be why.
I would also like to add that I didn't edit anything here. This is literally his Twitter profile. The problem I've found is that if you ask anyone who's into crypto why Bitcoin has value, the most common response is, it's digital gold. The obvious follow-up is, why does gold have value? Which then usually devolves into because it's scarce and because people have valued it since the dawn of humanity. And while that's a great explanation for OnlyFans, this is the economic equivalent of saying it's a good store of value because it is. On the other side, people from traditional finance often make the argument that a digital asset isn't real, so you can create an infinite amount of them, and therefore they have no value. This isn't a very good argument because if digital assets have no value, how can the founders of nearly every crypto project rug pull the whole thing to buy yachts? Now, while you shouldn't evaluate the effectiveness of a technology based on the character of people who believe in it, I certainly do anyway. And Bitcoin in particular has a strong bias towards anti-government sentiment and libertarianism. If you're not sure what that means, imagine if the government were to say, because you didn't pay your fair share, 150 people died today from an underfunded government program. This kind of thing would really rattle a libertarian because they know that their taxes would have helped the government to get at least a dozen more. Even looking at the types of people within traditional finance versus crypto, while there are some who really get it, you get the feeling that most of the people in decentralized finance aren't familiar with how the existing financial system currently works, causing them to often reinvent the wheel and run into the same mistakes that have already happened before. Take Sam Bankman-Fried and the collapse of FTX.
My God!
Everyone in crypto was like, I mean, there was no oversight or transparency. Everyone knew it was possible. They're just making everything up. We just didn't think they'd do that. And that made traditional finance say, what? But what they were doing was illegal. Didn't you learn anything from 2008? And unfortunately not, because they were 12. For this reason, a big threat to the crypto industry has been regulation, because there isn't any. You can go on Binance, buy 75 times levered Dogecoin futures without a single confirmation window, and in 25 seconds you'll either make 3 times your money or lose everything. Which, let's be honest, is pretty fucking awesome. Well, this has begun changing a lot in the last few years after so many people were losing all their money repeatedly. There is a lot of environmental criticism brought towards crypto because the process of mining new Bitcoin is extremely energy intensive, as the process is done by brute forcing math problems with a huge amount of compute. Bitcoin mining was actually banned in China because the government decided the amount of energy being expended to solve arbitrary math problems was excessively wasteful, and it would be much more productive to use those children for something else. Generally speaking, the single biggest concern of most people is Bitcoin's price, because even though it doesn't produce anything in the literal sense, from the time you could easily publicly buy it as a speculator, it is one of the best performing assets of all time. Critics will argue that saying Bitcoin is the best performing asset of all time is like saying a winning $2 Powerball ticket is the best performing asset of all time. But if you bought a winning lottery ticket, you would gladly look that person dead in the eye and say, correct. There are 2 popular theories of pricing Bitcoin that are thrown around enough to be worth considering. The first common theory is it'll take at least half the market cap from gold because they serve similar monetary purposes, which would put them both at around an $8.4 trillion market cap at today's prices, or $420K a coin. This makes a lot of sense because the biggest Bitcoin bull I personally know is the 76-year-old guy who owns the penthouse in my apartment complex, who may or may not be the Baron from Dune. He owns a commercial weed farm, and while weed stocks aren't doing so well, the man needs a new backsplash for his kitchen. The second common price
That's
theory
cool.
is the use of a stock-to-flow model created by Twitter user Plan B. And while I'm absolutely strawmanning this, a stock-to-flow model is like saying if you have 100 food and 100 hungry people, what happens to price when you have 50 food and 100 hungry people? The pattern then checks out in real life down to 10 food, so logically you can just keep extrapolating to predict if you have 1 crumb and 100 hungry people, how much higher would the price be for half a crumb instead? Using this model, it currently predicts the price of Bitcoin in 2030 will be $14 million a coin, which is so far beyond even the AI chip theory that the only explanation is that Cathie Wood is about to bless us with a new saga of her shonen manga. What's interesting at this point is that with the creation of Bitcoin ETFs, regulatory oversight emerging but giving the green light, and so much money from traditional finance pouring into the crypto ecosystem, purists look at their ascending token portfolio with glee as it seems like it's blue skies ahead for prices to climb even further. But some people have started to point out that as time has marched on, every day their favorite crypto assets trade more and more in lockstep with traditional financial assets, and ownership has become more and more concentrated on centralized exchanges and mainstream financial products. Even 5 years ago, the whole space was about disrupting traditional finance, but now it's about
Yeah, it never
cheering on
happened.
any product that lets you get exposure to the network without being part of it, in the hope it drives the price higher. Just like in Oppenheimer, it's caused some people to dim the lights, adorn their trilby, and recite with scorn, "He who fights with monsters should be careful, lest he thereby become a monster." Causing everyone else to say, bro, I just want to be able to afford a house one day. Can you please chill the fuck out?
That's
In
what
my
it's
view
all
so far,
about.
despite a lot of people telling me they've done the work, much like the Bitcoin blockchain, I'm still looking for proof. And personally, I haven't been able to find anyone who I think really has a convincing argument for the future of the technology or the price, and it's pretty much hopes, dreams, and speculation.
So the same guy that wrote the financial nihilism original piece that I talked about, he also wrote a piece that was called "In Defense of the Fact That None of This Shit Actually Does Anything or Ever Will." And it's basically saying, I'm not kidding, it's like basically saying, hey, I want to invest in crypto. I don't care. I don't believe that it's actually going to do anything. I just know it's going to make me money. People are going to buy it. I'm going to buy it too. I'm going to make money. I want to stop pretending this is going to change the world. It's so funny. Yeah, this is it. A lack of pretense that any of this shit does anything or ever will do anything. Yeah, he's basically saying, I think, gambling's going up, lotteries are going up, crypto's gonna go up, I'm gonna make money on it. I don't think it's real. It's shitcoin. It's just such a funny, it's like, when I read this, I was like kind of on his side, because I was like, bro, if you're just honest, I can't be mad at you. When you try to tell me that it's gonna fucking change the world or whatever, it's annoying. How many Bitcoin exist that no one owns? I don't know. Tough to say.
So Big A didn't know the answer to this, but I actually do. There's actually only 21 million Bitcoin that are allowed to exist, and as of 2025, 20 million of them have been mined, which means there's still 1 million Bitcoin that are still unowned. So basically what I'm saying is, if you haven't yet, you should take out a loan, buy 10 5090s, and get mining.
That is except for one person, a Bitcoin Talk Forum member from 2013 named GameCube, who during a huge sell-off titled the thread, "I am hodling," where he went on to say, "I typed that title twice because I knew it was wrong the first time. Still wrong. Whatever. Girlfriend's out at a lesbian bar. BTC crashing. Why am I holding? I'll tell you why. It's because I'm a bad trader, and I know I'm a bad trader. And you traders, you good traders can spot the highs and the lows, pit pat piffy wing wong wang just like that and make $1,000,000. Sure, no problem, bro. I should have sold moments before every sell and bought moments before every buy. But you know what? Not everybody's as cool as you. The people in between hold. You only sell in a bear market if you're a good day trader or an illusion noob. In zero-sum games such as this, traders can only take your money if you sell." So I've had some whiskey. Actually, on the bottle, it's spelled whiskey. He then passed out, not realizing the profundity of his own
That's
words, because everyone had
powerful.
recognized the hodler in themselves too. To me, GameCube is a man who finally cracked the code on not just Bitcoin, but life in general.
Yeah.
You can't make a bad
That's
decision
profound.
if you never decide. You can't have a regret if things could never be different. And of course, what I've now adopted as my golden rule, your girlfriend can't leave you for another man if she's cheating on you with a woman. Now, unlike your girlfriend leaving you, one thing you can't solve by just saying no is data brokers getting their hands on your information, who then turn around and
Incogni. Check it out. You can use code casually, Incogni, a browser that'll get your personal data back on track. Incogni.com/casually.
I feel a little better. Whew. She gonna give my kids a swallow. And to see tomorrow. What the fuck? Hotel rooms and Versace linens. Roll it up, lace it. Pop out for you to chase it. I'm in my own matrix. None of this shit makes sense. Don't in murder cases. I've been purple rain. Oh my god. kind of head. Let's take a break. We don't miss nothing. When you roll it up, lace it. Pop up you to chase it. None of this shit makes sense.
Brody said that this whole thing was over. Nigga, I show up. Cody pull up. You know up. You know. Shit.
guess I need all that. Yeah. that shit goes. Motherfucker. Damn it! I killed him right as he killed me. Go again. We way more than friends. Purpose. Purpose. Ow. Hmm. Man, I ain't take it, so I think I need it. I'ma keep it. I think I'm done with Doom for now. Yeah. Jesus fucking Christ.
Remember, baby, you're spending blood money. My blood money.
I'll see you at the house.
Me never get shot a bread. She say me better than a pack of cigarette. Me better than a pack of cigarette.
Doc, hey.
Michael, I'm looking through my appointment book and I don't see your name.
Yeah, well, I'm more of a walk-in guy, Doc. You know that.
Walk-ins are more expensive, but I'm always happy to accommodate.
Sure, you'll accommodate me as long as I got money in my pocket, right? Hey, I'm in a bad way, Doc. I might come by soon.
Hold on, didn't I already do this? If it is what I think it is, I'm not playing this fucking mission again.
This was a nice car. Damn. ¿Sabes con quién estás tratando? You should get some help with that personality of yours. All right, let's do this thing.
That was self-defense.
Come on.
This, however, was not. This was just brutalizing. Don't get out of your car. Are you fucking kidding me?
A bike ride along this. We'll take a bike ride along this Vespucci Beach. A bike ride along Vespucci Beach? Okay, Dad. I got just the thing to show you. if you do.
Shit! They're coming after us! Go into that outlet!
All right, all right.
Yes! Sure! I want to be humiliated even more! Hello, precious cargo!
Jimmy was spooked. What?
OMG! They're coming! Go into that outlet! Now my dad's shooting at you! Get the epic message!
If you say so, Trace.
Oh my god! Did you just kill him?
Hey, don't worry. It's amazing what modern medicine can do.
They're both dead! I can't believe this!
Take a deep breath, baby. It's okay. I'm taking you back to your brother.
Fuck! Get back on! You're a danger to yourself and others! There he is! Jimmy, you D-bag! I see that traitor! Jimmy! Jimmy! You fucking...
Alan, are you the gap-toothed one or the one with lopsided tits?
I'm splurging on some my high heels.
Whatever.
You make me want to.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you? Here!
Yellow diamond ring on your left hand. My best friend. Another deal. Right before the record deal. Another deal. It's another deal. Doing drugs right before the record deal. Oh my god, come on. All the way here, I'm gonna die. Seriously, 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 no! No! I refuse!
I was wondering when you'd show up. I was dead. Praise be. Guess you weren't very dead. You need my help. How do you know? Because you came here. Why else would you? I haven't been a good friend for you, Lester. I know that.
group.
¿Estás loco? Dipshit.
Think about this.
What the fuck, man? I'm gonna fuck you up! Fuck it! I've got to give you the number of that head. What the fuck? You got any extra money, please? Hello?
Hello there.
Ah, excuse me. I got this interview.
Dignity aside, I think that might just work. Good luck at the interview.
Goodbye.
Workstation is this way. I'm totally becoming a tech evangelist when the big boys vest. Maybe not even tech. I'll evangelize anything.
Hi.
Oh, hi.
Chill out on the beanbag. Marcus will be right out.
Oh, I'm gonna take a normal chair. I have a terrible back.
Here you go. If you guys...
This is a filthy hard drive, bro. Got any antivirus software?
I think so. Behind this junk on the left. Clicked an NSFW link, bro. Bit me on the ass.
Yeah, not safe for work, huh? You know, my son's computer runs into the same kind of problems. I'll close the pop-ups, see what I can do.
Bullshit testosterone.
Start them early, bro. You write your best stuff in your tweens. After that, it's just a hack job.
And now we scan. Scanning.
Might be why I get all these migraines. Seriously, it might be why.
And that should do it. Why don't you try and keep things strictly safe for work from now on?
Hey, have you seen the prototype in the demo room? When Norris announces it at the keynote?
That's a meme right there.
Dude, when it blue screens again, you're my guy.
Bye now.
Sit. Foot bag, dig fast.
Ow!
Come on, you're gonna have to learn the foot bag if you want to get a job here, okay? Follow me.
Okay.
Oh,
Some a-hole drank my effing hemp milk. There was a totally non-passive-aggressive note on it.
Let me get the door for you.
Come on, dude! Let's go! I would run your sorry ass over! See that? Why don't you blow me?
The winner gets $1 million.
Oh my god, you guys are so...
Before disappearing back to bitter.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Jay Norris to the stage.
Hey. This company
Can't take back the
has
love
come
that
a
I
long
gave
way
you.
Since we started it in my parents' pool house in East Caraway. Today, you're about to witness a new phase. Full-on, weapons-grade, red alert, world domination. We have put 1 billion people's private data in the public domain, and we have milked every penny we could in the process. And we have one of the youngest workforces in the world. An average age of only 14.4 years. That's not just impressive, it's revolutionary. Today, right here, we're about to make the next step. Prepare to witness the future. The Life Invader mobile device. Yes, we've invented something no one else has ever thought of. Oh, hold on a second. I think someone's trying to talk with me. Hello?
Oh! Get security!
Oh, Jesus! Whoa!
No,
Let's-
come.
Whoa! Lester, that was heavy. You watching the news?
I don't have to. I'm watching the markets. I'll be trading pure alpha till close.
All right. Hey, about that other thing. You know, the score.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Let's do it. Put on a suit, look somewhat professional, and meet me at my warehouse off the LS freeway. Oh, and I'm about to email you a link for the exchange.
I do not want to have to do these 2 fucking missions again. With me. Yeah, I'm living with some bad kidneys.
I knew I should have taken the other route. Hey, you just turned this into a buck. Just what I need. Holy shit. Man, you got off lucky, homie. Oh, shit.
I need to slide something.
What's happening, playa? There you go.
Pretty sure this is stretch again because it didn't save. And if it is, I'm just gonna brute force it with grenades.
That's dumb luck right there.
God damn it.
Let's go to the gun store. Fuck! Ammunition, come on, let's go.
They got surgery to correct that shit, you know.
go to the gun store. Damn, my nigga. Ah!
All right, homie, get your shotgun with the flashlight modification.
Hey, you got cash?
Oh, you flat, homie? I would think you was fiending, but ain't no fiends that fat. Take this cheese, you old broke-ass bitch. Now, just let me reinstate, man, that the purchases made by this man ain't got nothing to do with the two gentlemen of felon nature.
That's right. Yeah.
Man, we got some recycling to do. Come on, man. Send her off friends in La Puerta. What the fuck was that for? Take us down to that one spot where the base heads be taking their cans at. You know, on Man, we got some recycling to do. Come on, man. Send her off friends in love.
The little Pocahontas.
We do it for this or what? Come on.
The clock
Come on.
for a long
Through
time.
here.
Don't come back around. Yeah,
We doing this or what? Come on.
Brakes, man. Patience.
Man, it's on in here. Get my eyes up. Hit him with them grenades, homie.
Keep your head down. Man, pop me and get over.
We ain't gonna run. Fuck that. Get out. About time you crack them grenades. Man, it's on in here. Get my eyes up. Hit him with them grenades, homie.
All right, hold on, clap, you fools. I will. One time ain't welcome, Frank. Get us out of here, you dumb mark.
Fucking finally.
Shut the fuck up.
Hell no.
Ain't that the truth?
Jesus fucking Christ.
Hey, man.
I'm endangering lives here? What's endangering lives is hiring the dumbest guy in the city to save our kids.
Whatever, dude. Oh my fucking god.
Hey, how you doing?
Fuck.
I haven't called back because there's nothing to talk about. I'm fine with my weight.
There is a good chance. What do you think? Don't touch me!
Oh, you don't have to call to tell me that.
Not you! The Dieter Sachs store detective! There's been a misunderstanding. I need you to help clear it up.
Oh, now you want me. All right, I'm coming.
The one phone call rule is for real policemen. You
Yeah, I know how you feel.
nerd.
Hey, nephew.
So true.
No doubt, no doubt. I bust nuts in them bitches.
Can someone go a brain?
Beautiful.
Now she needs me.
Hell yeah. Put time, fool.
Helena, dude, long time. What's going on? So stressed out. You have no idea. This job is killing me. I'm working with Clay Jackson. Talk about high maintenance.
Hey, you my dude, right?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, babe. Like, what happened last night? I don't remember anything after my 12th ball game.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Hello? Hello? Is someone there?
I'm saving up for the collector's
I
edition.
can hear you breathing.
Oh my god!
I am calling.
That shit ain't real.
Yeah, who's this?
It's Ricky from Life Invader. I know you're the bro who deactivated Jay, bro.
Oh, I have no idea what you're talking about, pal.
What you do's your business, bro. Anyway, Jay really got a big head once people started calling him a god. Guess you proved he wasn't one. They reintegrated my team in Burundi after the design got signed off. And now, my shares ain't worth dick.
Sorry about that.
I need work. And I thought maybe you could provide. I mean, I'm smart enough to track you down, aren't I?
I guess you are. Hey, I'll be in touch if anything comes up. Shit! Oh, fuck! Ah, this is total bullshit! Come on, then!
Who cares?
Good dog! Oh yeah! It's just had to get mixed! Come on then! Come on, move!
Oh shit!
What is this shit? I see some bad drivers, but you...
Out of the way!
Yeah, I see you. He's getting away.
Oh shit!
Get out, buddy! Come on then! Hey, you want me? Kill me!
Again, goddamn.
The hell is this place?
Goddamn.
I needed a job that didn't require me to do anything apart from paying taxes.
Okay, listen. What do you got?
The Holy Grail, the Union Depository. Now, they say it cannot be hit. Hasn't been yet.
Look, I just owe some Mexican hood a couple $1 million because I wrecked his girlfriend's house. I don't need to go crazy here.
Which Mexican?
Martin Madrazo.
He's not supposed to be very nice.
Oh, when I met him, he was charming. So what do you think?
Oh, let's see. Either we hit a bank in the sticks or we do a store. Which do you like?
Well, store's usually easier. But I gotta make a big take.
Well, gems it is then. Let's go to Vangelico, buy ourselves an engagement ring.
Oh, we're gonna need a crew. I can round up some of the old guys.
There are no old guys. Moses, ironically, he found Jesus. All those Irish crazies, they mostly just disappeared. That crew from the south, they all went down. There was an Eastern European guy making moves in Liberty City, but he went quiet.
All right. Well, we're gonna need a crew. You got any contacts in LS or not?
I've been working with someone, but they're too unpredictable. I'll have to reach out to some other guys. The Jewelers is on Little Portola.
Better!
Your FIB buddies, they know you're back in business?
FIB buddies? What are you talking about?
I checked out the WPP thing. Doesn't look like any WITSEC program I'm aware of. Well, for starters, they don't put witnesses up in multi-million-dollar mansions in Rockford Hills.
Well, maybe they thought this would be the best cover.
And most witnesses don't transfer five-figure sums to a particular FIB agent's bank account every month. Of course, the money gets moved around and washed through a number of fronts, but the trail is there. Deposits and withdrawals, the same sum every month. Agent Dave Norton, white middle-aged divorcee, unremarkable career, except for one incident, the shooting of a notorious stick-up man, Michael Town.
Yeah, all right. Lester, I'm very impressed. Look, we can talk about this another time. Take these glasses.
My eyesight's fine.
They're fitted with a camera and a radio relay. I'm gonna run the operation from the car while you're in the store getting what we need. Get the fuck down! Here we are. What's the problem? We need the lowdown on this store. Don't want to arouse suspicion. Drive us around the block. We gotta find a way up to the roof. Look, there. Construction.
Yeah, if they're gutting the place, I might be able to get to the roof. So, you keep up with the old crew?
Well, after your death/disappearance, there wasn't much holding us together.
Yeah. You see him at all? After the incident?
I kept tabs on him for a while. Needed to, know that he didn't blame me.
Yeah, where'd he go?
North, south, east, west, wherever there were liquor stores to turn over and hitchhikers to disappear.
Where did they bury him?
They buried him? Not as far as I know.
He's probably a John Doe then, right?
I saw a ladder. Climb up it and see if you can get to the roof.
What do you think? OD, shootout, maybe just a car crash, right? Anonymous charred remains on the highway. They only knew what a sick puppy they had on their hands. I'm on the roof.
I need to know where the air coming out of those vents in Vangelico originates. There should be a unit above the store.
Hey, I see the vents.
Yeah, I'm looking at the relay. Can you get any higher? Geotagging tells me those vents are directly above the store. The system we need is surrounded by that wall with the barbed wire up top. Get high and get a shot of it. I've pulled up a satellite image. It looks like the highest point is on the northwest side. Get a shot from there. right, you're well placed to take the photo of the system now. Okay, capture an image of the system and we're done. That's the shot. You've covered the vents on the roof now. Okay, that'll do. Now come back to me before someone spots you up there.
Will
See if you can get up to the roof. We need a shot of the setup up there.
I'm sorry.
You... See if you can get up to the roof. We need a shot of the setup up there.
Here, take your glasses back.
Let's go back to the garment factory. I called ahead and told him to start setting up the information.
Looking good. So, what did you see?
Nothing that'll cause undue complications.
Yeah, it looked like a simple setup. Cameras broadcasting to a remote server. We might be able to wipe them remotely. Security guard on the door. He won't want to die for rich assholes who rub his nose in it.
Good. The alarm system's linked to the door lock. We'll get a good window. Someone talented hacks it.
Anything else?
Well, the more valuable merchandise is in the cabinets at the center of the store. Look at! By the register. So I'd start there. Glass in the cabinets wasn't bulletproof. Means you can smash them easy enough, but the stones will be in the safe at night.
So, we go in when it's open.
Right. Once we melt down the gold, recut the rocks, that's an okay score.
Yeah, shame we can't go in after hours, man. Those vents look promising.
Might be able to flip that another way.
I'm listening.
Wait till we get back.
About the crew.
Yeah?
There's this kid who's been helping me. Maybe we could cut him in.
I don't work with amateurs.
He ain't an amateur. Or if he is, he's a gifted amateur about to turn pro. He's a good kid, Lester.
You know what they say. It's your funeral. One of them, at least.
No, I'm not. Shut up, Lester.
Calm the fuck down.
Here are the photos.
Workers have their uses. Okay, let me set this up.
Nice to see the methods haven't changed.
Well, we gotta figure out what we're doing somehow. All the crews, the rolls, prep work. Don't want to leave evidence behind on a hard drive. So yeah, the methods don't change.
Right, not for a pro.
Well, mapping out the options, showing you all the angles. That's my area of professional expertise. But making decisions, that is your domain, my friend. Here. Now, there's two ways I see of doing this. We go... Remember the vents? A hacker can disable the cameras the length of time to... The alarm will be operating on the same window. The exit strategy is more or less... So how do you want to do this? Run in through the front door, or try to play it smart?
Oh, it's
Still
obviously
a
loud.
hothead? Well, some things never change. Select personnel with that in mind. As ever, the better they are, the bigger. Now the driver, they'll source the bikes, lead. Eddie Toe. Guns. Yeah, it might be hot and heavy in there. This guy, I'll keep it from going bad. Ah, Norm. Came hacker. Back office, but this is the
This guy, Ricky. I met him at the Life Invader office. He may not be that good, but he's enthusiastic. Let's take a chance on him.
That look good to you? Are you sure? Okay, I'll look into how you can find it. Oh, yes.
Huh?
Good, good.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, man, it's me, Michael.
What's going on?
Listen, I gotta get hold of the money for that house we pulled down, so well, I'm getting a crew together for, you can guess. The pay will be awful, and the risk will be high, but you might learn something if you're interested.
Man, that's not exactly a great sales pitch, dog, but I guess I gotta start somewhere.
Thank you. Maybe one day you could put together your own deals, your own jobs. So, there's still some preparation I gotta do. Sit tight for a while. My buddy Lester will get in touch with the details.
You doing okay? Go for it. That's great.
This ain't...
Oh, god damn it! Look out! I need reload! I need reload! What's happening? Watch it!
Oh, shit! Sorry!
What the hell?
Hey, you selfish prick!
This isn't his stuff! Trippy! You got cataracts? Oh my god!
Get out of the fucking way! Woo! Too close!
No way!
To the right.
This was a nice car.
I mean, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck? I'm gonna go use the bathroom really quick. Why you look amazing. Models at my Playboy pages. Immature stages. I done glowed up. Ladies, ladies. Cheers. I need to pack a bowl first. Wander to LA, open to explore. No, I find a little more. To the hotel room floor. Cheers, Silent. What's up, dude? To the hotel room floor. There we go. That's the right one. If this fucks up anything, I'm going to restart as soon as I can.
Hello and welcome back to another video. Today I'm going to be showing you how to add Streamlabs chatbot scripts to your stream. Chatbot, you have a script that in, just like, and this for the chatbot. So at the moment over here, you can just pretty much do a Google search and just find Streamlabs chatbot. I have the new script located here, so we just click on that. So this script lets people whisper the bot for TTS. Few different scripts here. As you can see, I have the cast overlay, which gives an over out command. Just a example for now. Yeah, so once you click on it, you'll see a bunch of these options that you can select and mess yourself. So make sure these are
The first time I downloaded Streamlabs Chatbox, I took one look at it and immediately uninstalled it. I finally returned armed with open tabs filled with tutorials, scripts, and kittens. Hey, we need all sorts of support when it comes to technology. This is something easy to remember. Click the little I next to it to hide it. Go back to Chatbox.
Maybe restarting it? Okay, I give up. Just cleaning. I was trying to get my scripts to work, but it's not wanting to, so I give up. Cheers. Trying to figure out what I want to play. I'm not really feeling GTA. I'm gonna play Fallout in a little bit. Now I'm gonna find out the fuck. Now the love. Oh shit! Today's the final day of the big bloom. Shit. On a campfire. You a feline. And get out mine.
Rogers with an automated alert. An unknown dangerous creature has been sighted in the
Jesus
vicinity of the
fucking
Sons of Day compound. This thing's been attacking the Buck 10 beer house every night while we party. We call it the Night Stalker. It's killed some of our best guys. Polly says the loud music is what's pissing it off. So we can make a ruckus to draw it here and set up an ambush. Any good hunters out there want to stop by and help us kill the Night Stalker tonight, you'll be rewarded in all the beer and partying you can handle.
Hold my finger, kid. Wait! Too late.
protect, and serve. Violation of hotel policies may result in detention, removal, and/or
Life is an adventure. Are you up to the challenge? Artisan's Corner has everything you need to make your next survival project a success. Are you ready for the thrill and excitement of life in a post-apocalyptic hellscape? By popular demand, this month's creative learning classes are on Wilderness Survival. Courses and crafting materials are now available. Prepare for danger. Prepare for adventure. Prepare for survival.
Aromatherapy treatments.
We might fuck around in some Helldivers today. Get on her knees. Yes, please. Oh, popsicle. Juice WRLD popsicle. I got it. How is this still a fucking bug that's happening?
When you die, can I harvest you?
Fucking piece of shit game, dude. Ugh. I got it. while we wait for the updated
Rockstar
Games
Games is
to
a
reset.
notoriously private company. Since the release of GTA 5, looks internally have become increasingly hard to come by, with those that make it past their front doors painting a picture of something akin to a video game Fort Knox, with required escorts, metal vault doors, and rare looks at the seemingly reclusive founding Hauser brothers. So when it comes to investigating the 10 or so canceled single-player DLCs for GTA 5, any official word is hard to come by. Data mining, leaks, interviews with former employees, and lawsuits are the name of the game. But with that comes investigating Rockstar itself, filling in the gaps of how they make games, and also how they've changed in the decade between 5 and 6. The Lost DLCs hold a lot of secrets. The origins of online's most iconic pieces, the untold aftermath of Rockstar's most famous canceled game, and maybe one answer to 5's most iconic mystery. This is the Lost DLC of GTA 5.
Alright, everybody pays attention, no one gets hurt!
Grand Theft Auto 5 released over 5 years after its predecessor. While between the two, Rockstar had released games almost yearly, the gap between 4 and 5 was the largest the series had seen so far, with the franchise continuing through 4's 2 story DLCs. What these episodes from Liberty City did was provide new perspectives to 4's base game, showing characters who cross paths with Nico in the main story with vastly different tones in a way that felt like both what 5 would attempt later with its 3 protagonists and what the PS2 trilogy had done before with its varying aesthetics. When GTA 5 would finally release, however, Rockstar's work was far from over. While they felt their game was uncompromised by the aging current-gen hardware, new consoles were only a few months out. When starting in on versions for the PS4 and Xbox One, the team would be unexpectedly blindsided by the new architecture, while also struggling to find ways to justify reselling a next-gen version of a game that had broken records only a few months prior. There were also new challenges in the earliest versions of GTA Online, with the team struggling to adapt the, as Dan Hauser put it, precision of a GTA single-player experience to the massively multiplayer world of online. Players suffered through connectivity issues and even broken tutorials as Rockstar continued to delay its promised heist modes. While work was ongoing, an update on Rockstar Newswire would not only tease online heists coming in 2014, but also, quote, continuing Michael, Franklin, and Trevor's adventures in southern San Andreas, hinting at future single-player DLC. Rumors and speculation would begin almost immediately. One member of the GTA forums would claim that data mining would reveal evidence of a North Yankton DLC, taking place in an expanded version of 5's prologue setting. Another group would begin to speculate that the UFOs and aliens seen in the base game were a hint to what was to come. The former would prove to be a hoax, fully made up by a modern forum member who was tired of seeing the same 3 conversations dominating the site. The Alien DLC, on the other hand, however, did hold some water. While DLCs we'll talk about later will have much more information, the one focused on an alien invasion, while corroborated by later reporting, doesn't seem like it was very far along. It would be mentioned in internal documents acquired by multiple leakers within the community, and be confirmed when 5's source code would be released several years later. However, little else is known. Other single-player DLC assets would end up in all sorts of places. However, the only thing that we've seen for sure from the Alien DLC was this single piece of artwork as a garage floor. It's not much, to be fair, but some also point to mentions of Lord Zaphos on both Ron's radio show and the Cult Stoppers website as a potential alien overlord that would act as the antagonist. In addition, around the time these DLCs would have been worked on and even subsequently cancelled, coincides with the release of the PS4 and Xbox One enhanced editions, which included the railgun as a bonus weapon. It doesn't really seem to fit in with the main game, and is before a lot of online's more absurd offerings. Even if its design is based loosely on real-life electromagnetic firearms, I don't think it's completely implausible that there could be a connection here. For me personally, this feels like an early out-of-the-gate idea as a sort of response to Undead Nightmare, that was likely in pre-production, but not much further than that. These what-if DLCs were not only a low-stakes tropey way for Rockstar to get something cool out of their system, but it seems that their previous attempt had outperformed the episode's DLC, the latter of which not seeming to meet Rockstar's sales expectations. Despite Michael's air quotes run-in with aliens in the main story, it seems that this one was going to focus on Franklin, due in part to it being known that the other two starred Michael and Trevor and his run-in with Omega.
We are an infinitely intelligent race of super cosmic beings, and out of the 6 billion people on this planet, we have chosen you for no good reason.
You done lost your motherfucking mind?
Following the release of those enhanced versions, Rockstar's team was divided into two sections. One group was focused on furthering post-launch content for 5, and the other on the now ramping up development of Red Dead Redemption 2. At their motion capture facility on Long Island, not only would the cast for the Red Dead Redemption sequel begin production, but the original GTA 5 protagonist would return for the shooting of the DLC in early 2014. Not long after, community modders Chrome Mods, Tez, and Alexander Blade would post both on YouTube and the GTA forums data mined information uncovering a DLC select screen for one project named Trevor and another named Dead. When selecting the latter, it was revealed that the game would check for something called SP_zombies internally, pointing to Los Santos being overrun by the undead.
I would love
the
that.
zombie
Please.
DLC,
For the love of
sometimes
God.
referred to in the code and in forums as Project Norman, was another what-if style DLC in the vein of Undead Nightmare. With the intention of reworking large portions of the map to reflect a post-apocalypse zombie infection aesthetic, this project was primarily focused on Michael and his family at the center of the horde. That same data miner Tez would state on Twitter in 2019 that these were intended to take place in each respective ending, which would place this one in the timeline after Trevor's death, a sort of non-canon offshoot universe that could be changed like this without any lasting effects on the air quotes main timeline where each protagonist lived. This really feels like a step above what had been done before with the episode's DLCs. While they all did excellent jobs at juggling different tones, Liberty City is still Liberty City, if anything speaking to the diversity of stories that could exist within 4's world. It also helps to save work. While there was new stuff in the episodes, they weren't reinventing the wheel. From the way it sounds, however, Project Norman was. With derelict buildings, quarantine zones, and large dividing walls, Los Santos would be transformed, creating far more work for the team. That being said though, Project Norman was much further along in development than the Alien DLC ever was. In December of 2023, when 5's source code would leak, 18 missions would be discovered, focused on the individual survival of Michael's family, a series of rescue and supply missions for medics, water, and weapons, all capped off with 4 radio missions which I assume are focused on setting up a tower or series of towers to call for help. This is just a bit shorter than 4's own DLC, with The Lost and Damned and Gay Tony having 22 and 26 missions respectively. It's worth pointing out that both Stephen Ogg and Sean Fonteno have mentioned, hinted, or outright posted images of them returning to mocap. Ned Luke, who plays Michael, however, has mentioned that he knew DLC was the plan, but has never said if he is ever actually involved. Game design isn't linear, and Norman is a much more involved rework than any other DLC that Rockstar had done before, so it's likely that art and asset work was being done extensively before any mocap would start. This is why there's extensive speculation that many of the assets in 2018's Arena War DLC were repurposed from the Zombie Project, with its Mad Max-style fortified vehicles and decaying structures seen throughout. Similarly, I've personally speculated that, like the railgun, the hatchet seen in the GTA Enhanced Edition was also either a tease or a reused/unused asset. This would explain why a lot of the takedowns with it are focused on the head. It's worth noting though that Rockstar is a company that likes to wear its influences on its sleeve, and that it would be easy to point to even the slightest reference to a zombie apocalypse or alien invasion in the over 10 years of content that's been added to the online as reused assets, and that's not necessarily the case. Even Arena War references Mad Max Fury Road specifically, a film that came out after these projects were cancelled. But in the case of the last big DLC, it's a lot easier to see where its pieces ended up, with one Los Santos landmark serving as a constant reminder of what could have been.
So listen, I just heard a casino opened up in town. Apparently it's pretty fun. Maybe you want to check it out.
For the first 6 years of GTA 5, the casino just north of Los Santos was a bit of a mystery. Its opening soon sign seemed to taunt players, and it wouldn't be until 2019 that we'd finally get a look inside.
God,
but
really?
in that original round of online updates, players uncovered unused
forgot.
lines from Lester, teasing that it was set to open its doors early. It seemed that its appearance in online was only half of the plan, with it also making an appearance as a heist in a third DLC starring Trevor. Following the trio's work with the FIB in the main game, Trevor Phillips' industry was to get a bit of government funding, with everyone's favorite psychopath finding himself working for the IAA in a DLC known simply as Agent Trevor. Agent Trevor, referred to internally as Project Clifford, was to follow the third protagonist in a James Bond-style series of missions, investigating and going undercover with Iranians, Russians, and Koreans, doing a heist in the newly opened casino, chasing down bad guys on jetpacks, and even going to space, all while working against Miles and the sinister artificial intelligence Clifford. It was at least partially intended to be a return of the IAA cast of characters from 4, who were mostly cameos in the main game, as well as the original use for characters such as Agent 14 that would show up in later online updates. At 38 missions, it's by far the longest of either the episodes from 4 or Project Norman, but some of that can be chalked up to shorter heist prep missions and it being further along in development than any of the others. Stephen Ogg, along with Senior Cinematics Director Joseph Rubino, both have spoken that production was ongoing at the same time as development for Red Dead 2, with Ogg in particular going as far to say that he had shot some stuff before the project went quiet.
And we did shoot some of that stuff with like James Bond Trevor. He's still kind of a fuck up, but he's doing his best to pretend to be like, and we shot some stuff and then it just disappeared and never did it and they never followed up on it.
Of the DLCs we've talked about, this one for me hurts the most. Not only does it feel like a good, if not a bit too fantastical continuation to the canon timeline, but putting Trevor in the IAA plays really well to the strengths of 5 in the first place. Trevor as a character started his life of crime due in part to flunking out of the Canadian Air Force training program. There's sharp contrast between his larger-than-life personality and the rigid confines of military and government work, offering plenty of opportunities for him to clash with higher-ups or go off book. It's an extension of, honestly, what I think is his strongest character moment.
Run! You're free!
But it's also just what 5 did best in general. Its big, over-the-top, almost Mission Impossible-style action movie set pieces and heists are what I think of when I look back at the main story.
Absolutely,
crashing
same.
a biplane into the back of a C-130, interrupting an IAA interrogation, or just the entire Paletto score heist feel damn good. And more of that was likely to come with Agent Trevor, with the added benefit of gadgets like the return of jetpacks and Q-branch enhanced cars. While a lot of these DLCs revolve around where did these assets end up, Project Clifford's origins are just as interesting, with it seemingly being connected to Rockstar North's canceled project, Agent.
I still am so sad about
Pieces
Agent.
of Agent have been in the guts of a lot of Rockstar's work under the codename Jimmy for James Bond, from hiding in level code in Los Santos to a slew of unused assets within Max Payne 3. Inside the 5 source code from 2023 were remnants of a handful of levels, including one for a space station and another for an underwater level, with the latter even having assets made. Agent Trevor features both a space station level and a reworked harpoon designed around increased underwater functionality. It's not a far stretch to speculate that some of the ideas for DLC started life in some form in Agent. This isn't far off from A, how pieces of the DLC would be repurposed for online after their cancellation, and B, how Rockstar's co-opted ideas, names, and pieces from their other franchises to incorporate into the rapidly ballooning online. Speaking of which, while the other DLC's unused assets can largely only be speculated on, Agent Trevor's pieces are a bit easier to track down. Most obviously, a version of the casino heist would be reworked in 2019 for a heist at the newly opened Diamond Casino, a remodeled version of the one seen in the main game. But judging by its working title Clifford, its close ties to the IAA, and even similar missions, the vast majority of the Agent Trevor ideas seem to have ended up in the Doomsday heist, with many of the vehicles, weapons, and even characters appearing there instead. In a lot of places as well, it sort of feels like story beats have been repeated here, which is understandable considering the project was half done. It's a little unclear if the cutscenes from either the Diamond Casino or the Doomsday heist are from those recording sessions Ogg mentioned. However, lines were uncovered from IAA agent Karen/Michelle for free roam in the world, which goes beyond her role in the Humane Labs raid, showing she was intended to accompany Trevor on at least some missions. Judging by the timeline of development and the Humane Labs raid being among the first block of heists, it's likely that voice actress Rebecca Henderson recorded them at the same time in or around 2014. While these 3 projects were the furthest along in development, a group of smaller single-player DLCs were uncovered when the GTA 5 source code leaked in 2023. While a lot less is known about them than the others, these primarily single-player add-ons paint an interesting picture of what one content roadmap could have looked like in the years following 5's release. Some, like the Assassination and Flight School DLCs, seem to be extensions of what was seen in the main game, and eventually repurposed for online, offering players more elaborate versions of Franklin's assassinations for Lester and LIA's flight training. Similarly, one simply titled Relationships seems fairly self-explanatory. 5's dating and social elements were substantially toned down from its predecessors for better or worse. It seems
In my
obvious that
opinion,
at least
worse.
Franklin, if not Trevor as well, could benefit from some added optional dates. Though to be honest, it's hard to live down the constant calls in 4, so it was understandably scrapped. Others, however, seem to be references to previous Rockstar games. Similar to the Smuggler's Run add-on, one was also planned for Manhunt. The extent of this is unknown, and speculated in some places to have just been cosmetics. However, I will say that besides Bully 2, a Manhunt 3 seems to be the most wanted sequel from Rockstar. Another is simply labeled Liberty V, which is said to have been a full conversion of Liberty City into the world of 5. This, or Liberty City update for online, has long been rumored, hoped for, and seemingly all but confirmed when a portfolio piece from a former Rockstar artist showed a piece of a newly remastered version of Liberty City's Middle Park. However, in 2022, Kotaku alongside leakers within the community would both report that remakes of GTA 4 and Red Dead 1 were shelved not long after the disastrous release of the GTA Definitive Trilogy, and that the teams within Rockstar were instead full steam ahead on GTA 6. Whether or not the Liberty V DLC was one in-development idea for LC is unclear. Similarly, despite those rumors on the GTA forums back in 2013 being fabricated, there were some plans for a prologue DLC in North Yankton. While again it's a little unclear how much was actually here, as the main game's version of North Yankton is pretty small, in 2024 Online would get a zombie survival map in the Ludendorff Cemetery in North Yankton, ironically combining 2 of the cancelled DLC. While it's hard to say how long any of these projects were in development, by 2015 Rockstar would state that all of the GTA 5 team had been transitioned solely to online, and work on the big 3 DLCs and the other smaller ones would be shelved. It's easy to blame the DLC's cancellation on GTA Online's success. What was intended as one pillar of Rockstar's post-launch content quickly became the only pillar, with other projects being cannibalized for regular content updates. Online success feels almost like a surprise to Rockstar, and it forced them to change. Imran Sarwar would point to a problem with bandwidth. When the aforementioned trouble with online would be resolved and updates like Heist would come, it quickly became a massive, industry-changing staple that was, most importantly, making a lot of money. The episode's DLCs for 4 had underperformed, due in part, Rockstar speculated, to how long after the main game they released. While online continued to hold strong in player numbers, the risk of pulling away personnel to develop something that wasn't going to be as profitable was a hard sell. But at the same time, the company culture of Rockstar was shifting. Just under a year after the release of 5, Rockstar North president and 1/3 of the Rockstar partners, Leslie Benzies, would be forced out of the company under the guise of a new profit-sharing agreement and, quote, a well-deserved sabbatical. When he returned in 2015, he found that he'd been terminated. His support staff had been forced out, and his royalties instead divided amongst the other 2 leads, Sam and Dan Houser. Lawsuits ensued, and a large number of Rockstar's staff would follow Benzies out the door. Leslie Benzies had long been Rockstar's strongest advocate for innovative design. He developed their internal pipelines, rescued the troubled development of Red Dead Redemption, and taken charge of fixing online. The Housers, on the other hand, in 2014 or so, were instead focused on story development, and the Redemption sequel on the horizon. Some have stated that the Housers butted heads over Benzies' focus on online, but it doesn't feel like a coincidence that the single-player DLC projects went quiet at the same time as his departure. Online lives on, while Rockstar in the meantime has shifted to a once-in-a-generation approach to releases. For what it's worth, new projects from 2021 and onward, such as The Contract and the Drug Wars updates, have sort of recaptured that DLC feeling on a smaller scale, telling what feels like single-player stories in the online environment, even if the community hasn't been fully in love with them. They're not perfect, fairly short, and in the case of The Contract, lot
What are
behind
they?
the business grind online
Okay.
is known for, but it's
Okay.
interesting to see Rockstar sort of circle back around to a smaller scale version of something they would have done 10 years ago.
Did I fuck out?
Put them on a plate or something.
Okay, I just wanted to know if you wanted some. I put them in here so I can deliver them.
Agent Trevor, Project Norman,
Baby.
and Alien DLCs are fascinating mysteries. One that Rockstar seems to have been teasing, with mentions of Lord Zaphos, hints at jetpacks, and if one theory is to be believed, the secret message of the mural within the Chiliad tram station. But taking a look at them in hindsight shows a Rockstar that's changed, that's become risk-averse and homogenized, using the unexpected success of online to fund tentpole games. So on one hand, these massive, game-changing, once-in-a-generation titles exist because of online success. But on the other, it's easy to miss a time when the company took risks almost yearly.
My partner brought me some cookies.
Disney's newest live-action remake, Lilo and Stitch, comes out this week. Now, just letting you know, this review is going to be spoiler-free for the live-action remake of Lilo and Stitch, but I will drop a couple of things that are spoilers for the animation. If that sounds perplexing, that just puts into perspective the kind of changes they made in this live-action remake. And while there are some movies in which it's not really fair to compare one to the other, the remake to the original, when the changes made are for the... what's the word? Worse? I think it's warranted. Okay, let's review the newest Disney live-action remake that has all the magic we've come to expect from a Disney live-action remake. So Lilo and Stitch is the newest Disney live-action remake of one of their animated classics. The story of a little alien monster that evades termination, comes to Earth, befriends a little girl named Lilo, and chaos ensues. Classic, yes. Don't sleep on Lilo and Stitch. It's pretty great. I caught it much later in life because in 2002 I worked at the movie theater that got all the newest action blockbuster movies, and there was the theater down the street that got the kids movies. They got Lilo and Stitch. I just didn't make my way there to watch it. But yeah, solid movie, a lot of heart. So Disney's like, yeah, let's ruin some of that. Okay, what I liked. Stitch. I thought Stitch was great. His character model's amazingly accurate to the animated counterpart.
Stitch looks really good.
Sanders, who voiced Stitch in the original, back to voice Stitch here. He's actually one of the writers of the original Lilo and Stitch. And there's some things that a live-action remake does lend itself to. I feel like this movie does play that up in the right way with Stitch in particular. Stitch is getting into mischief, getting into some different mischief, but it's all in the spirit of Stitch. Another one that worked in this movie is the other half of the title, Lilo, played by Maya Kealoha, who hasn't been in another movie. This is her first film. Stuff like that makes me nervous. I'm like, oh no, is it gonna be like, hey, so Stitch was great, on to the things that they changed? No, I thought she was really good in the movie. I feel like the kid has a bright future ahead of her. Because Lilo and Stitch is basically, imagine a girl version of Dennis the Menace gets the Tasmanian Devil as a pet. If the Tasmanian Devil was some alien monster posing as a dog. And I felt that sister bond story between Lilo and her sister Nani, there were moments that did have the feels. Nani was also done dirty in this movie because they changed certain things that just... Alright, let's get into that. See, this movie has a problem of adding characters in the movie that didn't need to be added, and those characters take away from the already existing characters, like Nani. Nani in the live-action remake does not take Lilo to go get a dog. That's a moment in the animation that shows that she wants to do something nice for her sister. It's a good moment. But why give her that when you can have a new character, a new neighbor character taking up time? a new social worker. The social worker is in the animation, but it's Cobra, and he's a bit mysterious. You know he's not just a social worker. Then there's a reveal at the end of the movie for him. Cobra's in the live-action remake, but he is a CIA agent on a completely different arc. There is a caseworker in this movie, played by Tia Carrera, who is just a caseworker. Which is a bit of an Easter egg because Tia Carrera is the original voice actress for Nani. But they're just basically taking characters, splitting them into two characters, and giving the characters half the arc. Characters are half as interesting now, not nearly as nuanced. The whole thing's getting too crowded now, and it didn't need to be, because Lilo and Stitch is, well, it's just perfect in its execution. The animation, that is. Also, enter the alien buddy duo if we're gonna talk about jokes that don't land, or at the very least, characters they turned into generic characters. This movie actually has a problem of, does it really lend itself to live action? Lilo and Stitch animation has a couple of aliens who clearly look like aliens, but, you know, wearing wigs and dresses and trying to look human. Anyone would just look at them and be like, that's clearly not a human. But since it's animation, it plays just fine. It works. It's kind of like Bugs Bunny when he stands on someone's shoulders and has the trench coat and he poses as a human, and we're like, I guess. It works because it's an animation. We take the leap, we make the leap, let's move on. But in live action, it wouldn't work. It would be weird. It wouldn't play right. We'd see it and be like, how do people in a live action world not call them out as aliens? They just look like aliens. So in this movie, they just activate a thing and two aliens turn into two humans. Well, they're aliens, but they look human. Played by Billy Magnuson and Zach Galifianakis. Funny thing, in terms of comedic roles, I wouldn't have pegged Billy Magnuson as the better of the two, putting him up against Zach Galifianakis, but he is in this movie. But in either case, they come across as generic.
Damn, I love Zach.
Dime Store Iggy and Spike from Super Mario Brothers, the movie. The first 5 minutes, I knew there was a problem. The intro of this movie actually goes down very accurate to the animated movie. With some things changed, and the things that were changed were for the worse. They seem like nitpicks, but the devil's in the details, especially with jokes, especially with dealing with comedy. The original film's joke about how they can't just vaporize Earth with Stitch on it because it's some sort of wildlife preserve for mosquitoes, because mosquitoes are an endangered species. That's just hilarious to me that these annoying insects that we have to deal with are some sort of cosmic endangered species, and that's why there's so many of them here. Now that joke is in here, but there are so many other jokes going down on screen because Pleakley's all dressed in some cowboy outfit because he's this Earth super fan, that when he delivers the mosquito line, it just kind of gets buried rather than being the focal point of the moment as the joke, and it's not funny. Same with the joke of this ship going to this water planet. Everyone's like, oh, okay, we're saved. And then you see Hawaii just getting bigger. And they're like, you gotta be kidding me. What are the odds he's gonna land on this island? You know, like, no, it's just delivered differently. Even the line about his molecular density, it bothered me. In the original, he's headed to this water planet, and she's like, he won't survive in water. His molecular density is too great. And that's it. You just kind of have to know what that means, or a kid will hear it, not know what it means, ask the parent. The parent will either know it or Google it. It sparks a curiosity, not explaining it to the audience. In this movie, after that line's delivered, she goes, he'll get heavy and then he'll drown. How is it that the animation had faith that people would figure it out, and the live action version has to break it down in crayon? How are we not going backwards? Yeah, that's the first 5 minutes, folks. The relationship between Lilo and Nani, it's in here, and like I said, there were moments that gave me the feels for sure, but this movie does not do Nani any favors. She's supposed to feel like this older sister who's in over her head. Social workers are on her case. Stitch shows up, he starts causing problems. It's looking bad for her. That is in here, but this movie does add this element of detachment where you don't care as much as you should. Don't care as much as you did in the animation, at least. Devil's in the details, like I said. You know that iconic scene where Stitch plays a record player out of his mouth? That is in here, but whereas the animation, Nani's looking at it like, I got nothing. I don't even know what to say to that. In this movie, she doesn't even pay attention. She's just on her phone like, yeah, that's nice. All right, gotta go. It makes her feel like she doesn't care, and it compromises the bond between these two sisters that's supposed to be there. Yeah, it's imperfect. Well, it's like how Stitch said.
This is my family. It's small and broken, but still good.
That's the point. That's how it's supposed to feel. This just felt like indifference from older sister to younger, or guardian to kid. And quite frankly, the way the movie wrapped up in every degree was just unfulfilling. I thought it was a worse version of an ending. It was weird. It was someone's version of, hey, it's a happy ending. I didn't find it to be a happy ending. Changing things for a live action adaptation, I totally get that. But when you change jokes, joke delivery, or characters to simply be a dollar store version of their original selves, I do have to question and ask why. With all that said, the fact is, you gotta deal with the world as the world is. $4, the family stays home and watches the superior animated version, or $15 a ticket, you all go out to the movie theater and watch the inferior version of the movie. Kids will have fun with Stitch in either movie. It all depends on how frugal you want to be with your finances. But yeah, I thought Stitch was great. The rest of the movie I'm not gonna remember in T-1 day. Sorry for that. This live action version's also longer than the animated Lilo and Stitch. Animated Lilo and Stitch is amazingly time efficient. It's about an hour 25 minutes, so the Google search tells me. It feels like an hour. It is in the pocket. Live action's about an hour 40
probably
minutes. It
includes
feels
the
over too.
credits.
So yeah, that's my slightly nitpicky review of the Lilo.
Good. Clove actually wanted to go see that, and now I don't want to.
We offer a wide variety of hydrotherapy and aromatherapy treatments. Welcome to the White Springs Spa. Please take any of the spa suites in the back. Someone should be with you eventually.
There's so much to see around here, it can be a... Hello! Are you looking for things to do?
Please do not interfere with resource security patrol.
One more thing.
I want you to get mad.
Security incident detected. Report. Done.
Welcome to...
Oof. Time. Central.
Ready for the thrill and excitement of life in a post-apocalyptic hellscape. By popular demand, this month's creative learning classes
Making
are
it past 21.
Wilderness survival. Courses and crafting materials are now available.
Central. Menu. I'm so confused. Keep on losing our legends too. I was very curious what happens if you use Nuka Shine and are in that, and the answer is it breaks the game. And then it's for you. Need to clean that. Just fall in the making. Sorry, troll. Jesus fucking Christ. These hoes are the same. That hoe got me feeling. Broke my heart. Oh no, you didn't. I'm gonna drown the whole bottle. Fuck nigga. Who can't swallow? I can do that one. No, no, no. You make my heart ache. You make my heart ache. You make my heart break again. Won't you forget me? I ain't two pills, two pills. Ring, ring, plug in my phone. Perfect timing. Trying with me. I'll stop living with some bad goodness. Right now, let's get too high. I got too high. It's time.
Those who have more than others and choose to hoard their possessions. So, evil does have a name.
No light set, yeah. We don't know. My best friend. And if I can put a yellow diamond ring on your left hand. Best friend.
I just can't shake these nightmares. Floating in space forever. Just why?
My best friend. You my fighter. You my best friend. The color bills, you know the deal. And drug paper for the record deal. You know the deal. For the record deal. What the fuck? Give me this outfit. Dear God. I want that outfit.
Attention, citizens. Nuclear strike imminent.
Best melodies on my
Please exit
stereo.
the area at your earliest convenience. Thank you for your cooperation.
Alright, $10. She didn't. All these girls the same. You and my bed. Oh, my God, full of mistakes. And I thought you were the one. Forget me, get me.
Do not be alarmed. I am Homer, and I am broadcasting to provide remote assistance. Those devices are siphoning human brainwaves. To bring down the force field on the siphons, we must draw out alien commanders and defeat them. Watch out for energy pulses from the siphons. The extraction of brainwaves is not painless. Focus your fire on the commander. Then, we can destroy the brainwave siphon. That brought down the force field. Destroy the brainwave siphon. I am detecting 2 life forces being down. Both are formidable. Take caution. The brainwave siphon may now be destroyed. The defense is progressing smoothly. 1 more siphon to go. Extraterrestrials are setting down their final defense. Eliminate them. That was very impressive. Some say humanity is built for war. I have yet to determine the percentage accuracy of this statement.
I'll grab up there. A little bit. I'm bitch open like looking at my image. Yeah. Matrix. Man, he's out with a little Pocahontas. I'm holding my breath, I'm watching my step, I'm listing regrets, and you made that list. You're my depression, your first impression wasn't deception. You were lying, bitch, I'm still flexing with my
I just
heart
can't shake
broken.
these nightmares. Floating in space forever. Just why?
Hey, I'm not glutton. Oh yeah. Where is the fuck? Okie dokie, yo. I don't really have any more weed. I have very little. Like, that much. Not much. So I'm gonna save what I have for later when Dad and everyone else gets on. I'll be back tonight at 8 p.m. Oh my god, shut up. I'm gonna smoke one more time. Today. In the middle. In the middle of the Hey, yep, he's Madonna. I think you're bubbly. Hair back. But whatever blows your hair back. Cheers, yo. Baby, it's just you. Okay. Okay. Let's smoke one more time, and then I think I'm done. I'll be back later tonight. Cheers. Okay. I'll be back later tonight. We will play some Oblivion and Apex. I will see y'all later tonight. Split stream. I'm enjoying this, honestly. My split streams, I really am. It lets me get shit done in the middle of the day when I'm active. It lets me vibe in the mornings, lets me vibe at night, and I love it. I love it so much. Thank y'all for letting me do it. If you want to help me out, coffee's the best way. I could really use some cash because I wasn't able to donate today because of that bruise. But if you want to help me, that's cool. If not, that's also fine. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful night. Bye-bye. I'll see you later tonight, around 8 o'clock. It is currently almost 2.